That way the new starting soon screen can be seen from the beginning. I tried sending this to everybody yesterday, but for some reason it just didn't work.
So, yeah.
Ooh, what is this? Ooh, I like it. Too loud, but I like it.
I mean, there's a reason why I always keep Fantasy Grounds on like 30% volume.
Well, mine resets every. Well, the dashboard resets every time.
There we go. Let's see if I can do that.
Thank you, darling.
There we go. It worked.
Oh my god, it's weird seeing 5 cameras on here again.
Can you give me water? Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, I don't see John's camera, but let me click on it and click off again just to make sure. Oh, now he's just fucking with me. Last time it's like, oh, we can all see him, but you can't. What the fuck? Ooh, what does this sound like?
Hey, Cliff, I know you had said that since we are, like, you know, a few advancements deep and stuff, that we could have more than just what starting money could get us. Is it chill if I add a couple of things to my inventory that are, like, mundane, like canteen?
Sure.
I think. Are we building characters
Oh
now?
yeah. Oh yeah. I never grabbed my last gear. There we go. Ice skates. They're on. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna start.
I didn't even spend all my money. I still had $121 left of my starting money. I ran in.
Heathcliff.
I ran into
Heathcliff.
encumbrance limits way. Huh?
What the fuck are you rolling?
What? I just rolled a d6. That's all. You mean this? You wanna know what that is? All I did was name my bonus. I'll name it something else instead. Well, no, let's not do 12. Let's do a named number 8.
It's turtle time.
All right, how about... There we go. How about I roll that? No, wait, hey!
Perfect.
Excuse me.
Keep it like that.
No. There. That's better. But it didn't... There we go.
No reason in particular.
I wonder if there's an easier way to do that.
You know what my sentiments are on that?
You know, if you put a modifier on your quick bar, you can name it, and when you click that modifier, it includes the name, and they're relatively easy to rename. So I have an entire quick bar of +1 through 12, so I can just rename them on the fly, so I can give my bonuses names. It's my control bar, so when I hold control, I have +1 through 12 with whatever names I choose to designate.
I don't like it. Hey, Sin, having an all-black screen makes it incredibly difficult to line these cameras up, just so you know. I'm like looking at the little static, kind of like jumping at the bottom. I'm like, all right, I think this is it. And then when you just pulled that off, I was way the fuck off. Redoing it. This music sounds way too chill, let me tell you.
First game, we're just getting into it, man.
Meaningless.
He could kill us all. You never know.
I typically try not killing people off the first game. But then
I can see why
again,
that may be frowned upon.
you guys, you make your own actions and decisions, so I guess it's not impossible. But it's probably discouraged. I'd probably have someone give me a stern talking to at the next GM's gala I go to. I don't know why that one hit is so dramatic. It's just absolutely not necessary. It's this smooth jazz playing basically, and then this dramatic stab.
These working this week? Are these working this week?
Oh, I forgot to add it to the scene. Shit. It's
All right,
working. I just forgot to add it to the scene.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I got a minute 22. Let's add that to it real quick. See, I wasn't sure if this was all gonna be like, if this was even gonna stay or not. So
That's fair. That's fair.
and then we'll do. Although I do really like the way that this starting soon screen like came out.
Although it's kind of hard to see the beginning of season.
Yeah.
But that could be easily solved by upping the font just a tiny bit. It's really just the size, probably.
Well, it's the coloring of it. Like it's such a like a drastic change between the very light and the very dark that it's really hard to make out the in-betweens.
Yeah.
Also, I think, don't quote me on this, but I think I may have fixed the issue where the ringtones would just randomly play.
No, because when you booted it up, it still
It
played.
still did it?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, I don't understand. Okay, no, never mind then. That's why I said no guarantees.
It's not the biggest deal.
All right, are we ready to kick it over?
Yeah, yeah.
I did.
Let's do it.
You're so bright.
Ooh, that didn't do what it was supposed to though. One of the problems with changing things is like everything changes. So like all of the commands I had to update the names of and things like that. So everything changed. Boop, boop. All right, we should be good now. What is up, everybody? Tonight's a special night. It's been delayed a few times. It's been kind of in the preparation stages and in trying to get going, but we finally are here at the start of season 2. All right, hold on. I gotta change this dramatic music that's coming in for no reason. Stop with that. Do the cello. See how the cello sounds. So yeah. So we have a mostly new cast of characters, though a mostly same cast of players, which is great. But we still have Tal, who, as his icon may indicate, has been going through some things lately. He's had a few things going on in his life. But we'll get to that. I'm trying to get this light working here, and it's not working either, so. Okay. Just is what it is. I'm going to be in the shadows this whole game now. I'm doing it purposefully to be mysterious. That's what it is. Definitely not because my light's not working.
And I'm just here fighting with my light balance.
All right. Well, I guess I got recap. So, it's been almost 3 years since the world has changed since as we know it today. Two fully preserved humanoids were found in the Antarctic shelf. And in complete defiance of everything that we knew before, they were somehow still alive. These two humanoids were the first of what is known now as the aberrant race. They were given the nicknames of Adam and Eve, and after learning about them and finding some commonality in language, the story they told the scientists was that they were from another world, another dimension, another reality. Depending on who tells the story, the details may change. But the facts of what happened are, at some point, there was an event that triggered. Why are these things still going off? There was an event that was triggered that opened up a wormhole between our world, our reality, and theirs. And in doing so, introduced a new element to Earth, which is known as essence. True magic, true powers, true abilities. Along with this essence coming, a large chunk of the population disappeared, and a large chunk of the aberrant population arrived here. No one knew what happened. No one knew why the events occurred. But from that day forward, everything changed. Fast forward a year or so from that day, and the beginning of the end happened. The chronosingularity, which was triggered in Area 51, brought on a world-changing cataclysm that was marked by the events when the US government lost Vegas. A giant orb appeared over the city which poured down millions of gallons of water, eventually flooding it. This thing, which is now known as a globulate, is a sentient being that is able to produce an endless supply of different elements. This one happened to be water. As Vegas changed, as creatures came through, people still tried to do what they could do. One of them people being Tal. Tal and his group of friends, they survived the Crown of Singularity together, and they attempted to build a life for themselves in this new world. But unfortunately for them, no one knew the rules of this new game. Old friends popped up, and ultimately, everyone that Tal cared about was lost, with him and a small handful of the aberrant he came with being the only ones to survive. That was about 18 months ago. Following the events that took the lives of Tal's best friends, X, Felix, the once chipper, bright-eyed, optimistic Tal was an altered reflection of his former self. Tal is at this point battle-hardened, jaded, and unfortunately for him, for months has been enduring nothing but the worst of what the world has to offer. In his current state, everything in his current life reminds him of the tragedies that he's been through. So clinging on to the items that remind him of the ones that he's loved and lost, with the voice of X in the back of his mind telling him to head to the mountains, Tal packs up everything that he has and leaves everyone that he knows. With the exception of one person, Tal K, go ahead and play out the scene of what happened when Tal was leaving. How did Kay convince him to let her come? How did that event play out?
There weren't much words in the interaction. It was far later than most anyone should have been awake, and Tal had packed his things and prepared to go. But as he was about to, he saw Kay just sitting there, staring at him. And he thought it over, looked at her, told her, "If you're coming, you've got 5 minutes." And off she ran, sprinted, gathered anything she could that was going to benefit them, belonged to her, and a few items that, of course, reminded her of Felix. And into the wild she followed him.
And he warned her before they started leaving, "I will leave you behind. If you slow me up, if you become a burden, if at any point you get in my way, I planned on making this journey alone. But I realize how hard Felix fought to save you. This is your only warning and your only opportunity to change your mind.
And she didn't flinch because she didn't know anybody else at the settlement. And all she knew was that Felix loved and trusted Tal, and that Tal had saved her. So she didn't really feel she had much of a choice. And she went. Worked hard to be sure she wouldn't be left behind.
All right. So, what all did you bring with you, Tal?
He hung on to X's sword. Aside from that, just some supplies, such as food, water, stuff like that, but nothing else outside of like necessities.
Okay. And as you all started to move out, Tal's main goal was to get away from anything that resembled a desert. So, starting off, heading north out of Vegas, as you traveled, you soon seen the extremities of the flooding area. And as you moved a few miles beyond the city and look back, you could see almost this perfect hemisphere of water that was just a self-contained, like an orb outside of an orb of the water. That in certain areas you could actually see almost like curved, like it was in a bowl, but there was nothing actually holding it there. It was just trapped within the confines of that giant floating ball of water. And as you moved through, you started to notice how different everything was outside of the Vegas area proper. Tal, you start seeing a lot of flora and fauna that remind you of home. You go from areas where it's these barren deserts to these lush thickets, just seemingly out of nowhere. Kay, as someone who's explored outside of the city and hasn't been trapped there, you notice the immediate changes, that any hope that you had of being able to navigate around based on landmarks or based on the way that you would in the past has changed. The world seems completely different now. And scattered about your journeys, you start noticing that as long as you're continuously moving, that you're finding these small little pockets of settlements that are popping up everywhere. Small towns that have been reinforced and fortified. You're seeing areas that have been built upon where there's shanties and makeshift housing in areas where there probably wasn't before. And Kay, the thing that you're noticing is in some of these areas, there are these elaborate, elegant homes that look like they've been there for centuries. And it just seems like they were plucked out of a different time and just appeared. Tal, these type of locations would be much more familiar to you. You see architecture from back home, but anytime you get that wave of nostalgia, the world has an ironic way of reminding you that it's changed. As you see towers and grottos in architecture that you're very much familiar with, tainted by humans. Areas where you can feel the essence in the mortar of the bricks, but not an aberrant in sight. One of these locations that you are stopping at, just to get food, water, and then be on your way, you notice it has a distinct crowd that's there. And as you start moving your way through, you start noticing all the eyes are on both of you. Everywhere you move, you got people that are following you. People are watching. And as you stop to get some supplies, a small group of people approach Kay. And they kind of just lean on the wall next to her as she's standing there. Like, now what's someone so pretty doing in a town full of ugly people like this?
Passing through, gathering supplies, nothing in particular.
And, who's your companion there?
A close friend.
So which way did you guys come from?
This whole time, she hasn't really been, like, actually making eye contact, just flatly responding to them. And there isn't really much of an inflection in her voice or a reaction on her face as she just goes, Vegas.
Vegas? You guys have traveled quite a ways. You got any other friends from Vegas? Might have made this trip a little bit before.
I wish I could say that I did.
You see, we had someone that came through here from Vegas a couple days ago. They were dressed all fancy like you two. Well kempt. And you see, they owe us a little bit of money. And unfortunately, I find it a little ironic that within the span of a few days, that a completely separate group of people are also coming from Vegas.
You're making a really bad choice.
You hear that, boys? We're making a bad choice. Lady, I don't know if you realize what's going on here, but you're in our town. So how about this? How about you pay us what they owe? Call it a gesture of good faith if you need to. And then you can leave and meet up with your friend.
You're the only friend I have left. Standing right over there. And I would say that this is a good faith gesture. But we are going to leave. Whether you will let us walk out now, or you're on the ground before we go.
The whole time this conversation's going on, what is Tal doing? Is he like paying attention to any of this, or?
I would say, like, if he's within earshot, he is acting. If you didn't know any better, he wasn't hearing any of this and was just continuing to gather supplies or refill water or whatever it is that he sees that's available.
So, okay, as you say, you know, the only friend you have left is him. One of the other guys that's standing there kind of chuckles a little bit. He's like, your friend doesn't look like he wants to get involved. And at this point, like, they're starting to, like, move from where they are and kind of enclose around Kay. And then the first guy, he kind of looks at the other two, looks over towards Tal, looks back at you, says, that was the final offer. You can pay, or we can get what we owe in other ways. I'm sure that bow will go for a nice amount.
How long have we been traveling at this point, Cliff?
Maybe about a week or so.
Okay. So once he looks like he's done regathering, like refilling cantinas or whatever, Tal like hoists up his bag and just starts seemingly walking off past them.
Like to Claire, I have questions. Because you said they've only been traveling for a week?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, are these advancements that I have not real? Because I've been talking like I have all these abilities at the moment.
Whatever your character has right at the start of this is what you have. Yes, all your advancements are real. You're real.
I mean, the main confusion and reaction here is a lot of these things were John and I had worked with, like, oh, Tal had taught her all these things, so like it's a week is not enough for this.
So anything that you would assume under that guise, then no, that has not happened. You do not have that.
Yeah, great. Kay talked an awful big talk, thinking that I had all my things.
So had you not had those, would Kay's response have been different? Tone different?
Very. And she probably would not have been more than 2 steps away from Tal for the entire thing.
If that's the case, then this entire conversation is happening all the same, with you being 2 steps away from Tal. And
then.
they're
So-
they're looking at you, not at Tal when this conversation is happening. Like they're not like oblivious to him, but you are the person. You're the mark.
Okay. So she would just, as soon as Tal like threw his bag over his shoulder and went to move, because they're right next to each other now.
Mm-hmm.
She would also move with him, and she's going to draw her bow and take it in her hand. Like if they come at her, she's going to attack. I can't really say take the aim action because she is moving.
I mean, if Tal starts to walk away and then you start to move with it, they're gonna like intercept. Like they're gonna cut you off. They'll just let him keep walking. But if you start moving away, they're like, we're not finished here.
Can I let an arrow fly at like?
So if you even make a motion towards knocking an arrow, something else is gonna happen altogether.
Okay.
So you let me know where you want to go with this, but there are 3 dudes that are surrounding you, and Tal is seemingly not a part of this. He got his shit and he started to walk out. And like I said, and if you try moving with him, they are going to put themselves between you and him. Like, no, this conversation is not finished.
Yeah. Just gonna. It is finished. And I'm leaving. Well, that sucked.
Go ahead and roll on the reactions table with a -4, please.
Did it not add the 2 to that?
No, it would be 6.
It did, so it would be 6.
Yep.
I know it doesn't make a difference, but I just noticed that it hadn't.
Oh no, it might make a difference.
Did you take charismatic, by the way?
I only have so many things to move forward.
Just checking, because that would make the difference if you have a reroll or not.
I don't.
Okay.
Ooh, well, shit.
All right. The fuck. Okay. And then the reaction table would be rolled with a -4, so that's actually a 1 that you got, which is not even possible. All right, so you're using your persuasion. Against their spirit. Well, at least you got that going for you. All right. Go ahead and give me an agility roll, please. All right. So as you say this conversation is finished and you go to like walk out, You see the guy that you were talking to. He takes a swing at you, but you see him telegraphing his swing before he does it.
Okay. So, I'm gonna take that as she obviously dodges. And, the slightly hidden by the hoodie that's been tied around the wrist, they probably didn't notice. She pulls out a Glock and it's pointed at them now, as she's backing towards Tal.
So this guy is going to punch at you.
Okay.
So you're
I
seeing
guess-
about to come. Your turn is whatever you're gonna do. You could pull the Glock out, but you're not gonna
Yeah,
really
sure.
be you're not gonna really
Yeah,
be able
no.
to like move around that way.
Yeah, I didn't really understand for a moment. Sorry about that. Would I be able to take the gun and try to, like, get it, like, right up in this guy's face so he will hopefully take the threat and back the fuck off?
Sure.
Or-
You're gonna try to intimidate him?
I guess.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an intimidation roll. I can do it with a +1.
Come on, unskilled. Hey! That's a
Hey.
4.
All right, and what does intimidation use? That spirit as well. Intimidation is spirit as well. Okay. Ooh. So he's not shaking or anything like that. So you put the gun in his face and he like puts his hands up, and then he gives a nod. Tal, are you doing anything this whole time this is going on?
Walking.
Okay. All right. All right, and you feel as you pull the gun out and point at this guy, you feel someone moving behind you, and the next thing you know, you feel a rope around your throat. As the guy behind you has basically garroted you, and he is pulling you in. Can I please have a strength check, please? All right. Seems how that was with a raise. I'm gonna say at this point that you are fully detained by this guy.
Neat.
So you are bound. So you have a rope around your throat. You're feeling it tighten, and you hear a voice kind of in your ear say, "Now drop the gun. We can do this one of two ways. And only one of those ways you walk out of here breathing." And and the guy that you had the gun on him, he kind of like swats the gun out of his face. All right. And he's saying, as he's got this rope around you, drop the gun. Anything else valuable you have on you, throw it on the floor.
So
What does K do?
Man, I really wish at the beginning of this I knew this was just 2 weeks deep. Because she wouldn't have spoken at all. She would still have been shell-shocked. God damn it.
Well, it's not necessarily a week from when the last events happened, but you guys have been traveling a week. So however long you were there before Tal decided, like, all right, I can't do this shit.
So, like, 2 weeks.
yeah,
You were there for 2 weeks, or you were only there for a week afterwards?
about a week afterwards and then left.
Okay, yeah, so it's been about 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah. So she would have still been, like, PTSD shock case. No speak, only stare. And I'm just like, oh, fuck. I talked big talk.
No
For
speak
not
only
what's
stare would have
happening.
got you in the same scenario, though.
I know.
Except for they'd have probably been even more pissed because then you weren't responding to them when they were talking to you. All right, so you got the guy behind you that's tightening the grip, and you have the other two that are standing, like one in front of you and one to your right, and they're all kind of just like waiting to see what you do. They told you to drop the gun and to throw anything valuable on the ground.
Yeah, the gun is not.
Okay.
There's not much she could do at this point.
What do you have on you that's valuable?
Nothing. The bow and the gun. She has clothes, a canteen, a rope, and flint and steel.
And a bow.
That's why I said nothing other than the bow and the gun.
Okay. You feel them take the bow off you, pick up the gun. They take your canteen. And they, after they take all your shit, you feel the rope loosen up and they push you backwards out of the establishment. And they're like, and tell your friend if he comes back around here that he's still going to give us what he owes us. And then they walk back inside the building.
And Kay collapses to the ground crying.
I would say at that, Tal like stops. It's like he like lowers his head and then sighs. Then he turns around and starts walking back towards her. takes his bag off his shoulder as he's walking past her and just drops it next to her. And he heads back into the establishment.
So inside of here, there's the person that you were dealing with before, that you got like the food and the water or whatnot from, and you see the 3 guys that were accosting Kay, and they're sitting at a table in the back, and one of them is like taking the bow and kind of like drawing the string back and kind of just like seeing the resistance of it. And the main one that was like talking to her is just kind of sitting down, and he has her gun in his hand, like just on top of the table. And as you walk in, he kind of like motions to you, and then everybody, 3 people at the table, kind of turn and look at you.
He will pull, like he has his basically like in the illustration, he's got that cloak up. As he's pulling it back with one hand, the other hand comes up and he is firing at them. With a blast of energy, with a modifier that he is intentionally not targeting the one that's been doing the talking.
Okay.
I don't have anything to target there, so...
You don't see him on your thing?
Combat tracker?
Yep, I see it here. Let's see, is it gonna let me?
Number 1's always the one doing the talking.
Always. I think you still have it set to K's turn, so I can't target. There we go.
That's such a weird rule.
Yeah, still can't target.
So you're trying to target everybody but him?
Yes. Right. So... Let's see if it will do the... Nope, it didn't do the additional. So I will manually... It's a 13.
Yeah, so as you hit them with it, like, they just drop. And you hear the guy that you were dealing with before yell out, "Hey, not in here!"
That was the first of 2 actions.
Hmm?
With the second one, as his hood comes off and his eyes are glowing and he is just looking pissed. Let's try that again. There we go.
That didn't give you your -2 for multi-action.
Okay, so
So it's an
8.
8. It's still with a raise.
He is drawing X's sword and holding it out in front of him as this guy lifts off the ground and just comes towards him onto the sword.
So let me see here. Okay. So you're gonna like pull him in through the blade, like, or you just?
Yep, like chest right onto the sword. And he just looks at him and just basically waits for like the life to leave his eyes before pulling the sword out and letting him drop.
So give me a fighting roll. Yeah, so as you like lift him and start pulling him towards that, he's like kicking and flailing, and he kicks the blade to the side.
Oh, do I have to do higher than that? Let's see. I can try it again.
Yeah. Okay, so then that would hit then. And go ahead and roll damage on the blade. Or is this so you're trying to make it more like an execution type thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so you like pull the blade out and then pull him towards, and he's like kicking and flailing towards it, and he just gets skewed right on the tip of it.
Yeah, once he pulls the blade out, he's just going to wipe the blade on his corpse, sheath it, and then he's going to walk over and collect her things.
The whole time that's going on, the owner of the establishment is just yelling at you.
It's almost like he's deaf or doesn't understand. Like he's just acting as if this is no one's saying shit to him.
Yeah, so he's just like yelling, like, not in here. Take that shit outside. He's like, oh, seriously?
Yep, he's.
You expect me to clean this shit up?
He has her stuff and he's just walking out.
You hear him say, hey, I'm talking to you, asshole.
Keeps walking.
All right. So yeah, Kay, you hear a bunch of commotion inside of this building, and then you just see Tal walking out with all your shit in his hands.
He's going to drop it all next to her, picks his bag up, and he's looking down at her. Says, we lost a lot coming after you. If you're going to continue on this journey, you're going to have to learn how to control your essence and use it to protect yourself. And you're going to learn in the old ways like I was taught. I tried teaching in that way before and it didn't work out so well. but since that is the way that I know, that's the way you're going to learn. Let's go before we lose more daylight. He pulls his hood back up and starts walking off.
She picks up her stuff, head down, and just follows after him, kind of like hugging her arms, looking totally uncomfortable and defeated, following him.
And that was the first leg of your guys' journey, which carried on for a couple more weeks, during which time I assume, Tal, you're kind of trying to train Kay whenever you guys get a moment to do so. And is it going to be like back in school, kind of like it's going to be like sleep, eat, train, that's it?
Is intense and brutal.
Okay. And during the journey, not only was the training intense and brutal, but the world is too. Some areas are more hospitable than others. Some are just downright just despicable. One of the instances, as you were making your journey, you come across a werewolf, Tal, and you have the thoughts back to the encounter back at the Area 51 airport. And Kay, you've never seen anything like this outside of movies or stories. But Tal basically just tears through this thing effortlessly. And this is your first real taste of it's not just the people that are dangerous out here. After a month or so of traveling, you guys are finding yourself at this settlement just outside of a large chain of mountain ranges. And Tal, as you approach this place, you just get this feeling of home. The architecture, the flowers, everything about this just kind of brings back memories from the Great Garden. And as you're approaching this place to resupply amongst your journey, when you walk through the streets, you notice almost everybody here is aberrant. Not Kurish, not Chase, aberrant. And for the first time in a long time, your initial thought when arriving here wasn't, we need to leave. You look through the stores, the buildings that are here. You start noticing that the signage is in your native tongue. And once you're in the middle of this city, you almost forget for a moment that you're in this new merged world because it feels so much like back home. You make your way to the market. And it's late at night at this point, and someone on the street's like, you're not really gonna find much open right now. This place, it typically dies out once the sun goes down. Everybody here is pretty early to rise, early to bed.
Through my link to Kay, saying, I want to know more about this place. Let's stay here for the night.
It's fine with me. You know you make the decisions anyways.
And this person is, they just look like they were like working here, or
This guy is actually just sitting like on a bench, just kind of by himself. He's older, and as you do your mind link, he kind of like nods, like he understands what's going on, and he pulls out this long pipe, and he lights it, and then like as you like go to open your mouth, he goes, "There's a place to stay not too far from here. It's fairly cheap."
Is spoken tongue preferred around here?
There's really no preference. You're free to use your powers as long as you don't use them aggressively. But be warned that the people that are in charge here, they do run a pretty tight shift, so if you do anything aggressive towards anybody, they will be swift.
There's no plans of aggression from either of us.
Well, they'll be more worried about her than you.
Understood. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. And he's going to start heading in the direction that he pointed to.
Yep. And you go down a street, and it's like there's only one building that really has like any lights on right at the moment. And as you move into it, you see that it is like a full inn establishment. They have like an area where there's people that are eating meals. This place is actually rather alive and bustling at the moment. And everybody's kind of laughing and having a good time. And like as you walk in, like you can feel like the weight and the tension sort of lift off of you as this sort of jovial mood fills the air. And then as Kay walks in the building, you feel that tension sort of build up as everybody like sort of stops and they look at her.
And how long has, just to be clear, how long have you been traveling at this point?
Over a month.
Okay.
I'd say long enough that the advancements that Kay has, you have your advancements.
Okay.
And
Kay
in the
doesn't really respond or speak in the scenario. Everybody quiets down around her, but she's still just kind of like, her eyes are basically on Tal's heels as she just follows very closely behind him, just arms crossed in front of her.
and he is going to approach the desk.
Yeah, and as you like continue forward, most of the eyes go back to where they were before. The attention kind of falls off, but for a moment there, it was very clear that everybody was focused on you two. And as you approach, there's a younger aberrant in very nice like traditional threads, that's kind of standing there, and he's watching as you were walking up. He's like, take it, you're new here, huh?
Indeed we are.
Well, if you're looking for a place to stay for the night, we got rooms available.
How much?
Well, are you... I don't assume that you actually have any of the currency, do you? You're used to probably trading in barter?
So far, yes.
Oh. We actually have a preferred currency here, but it's not widespread, so we still trade in barter with most people that pass by. So, let me see what you're offering, and we'll get you in a place.
I would say between the two of them, they would pull out, whatever they normally trade and barter with since they've been traveling.
Yeah, so, he's kind of looking through everything and kind of like picking and pulling at different things. He's like, all right, so all of this here, I can get you both a room and a small handful of currency to go with it, so that way if you need to buy anything in town, you can trade with that.
Sounds like a fair deal.
You want one bed or two?
One is fine.
All right. Then he kind of scoops everything over to the side, and he calls for one of the younger kids that's there, and he's like, divvy this up, put it in the back. And he's like, and after you're done with that, show these two to room 37. And he like pulls it into a basket, and he like brings it over to this table, and he runs and grabs a key off the wall, and then he runs back over. And he's like, all right, yeah, just it's right this way. Follow me.
Tal musters up like a half a smile and nods.
And as the kid's kind of walking you through, he's like, so are you like a pure human? Or are you like one of the Kurish?
She just very quietly, almost under her breath with how, like, broken she currently is, just, I'm curious.
I knew it. I could tell. I could tell by looking at you that you had that little bit of spark in you. You know, I don't think I've ever met like a pure human before. Like I've heard about them, and I think there's some in New Eden, but like I've never seen one before.
Well, before the worlds blended, I was one.
That's so cool. What was it like?
Boring.
Boring? How could it be boring?
To have no connection with the world around you. No abilities outside your physical capabilities. Hell, in the human world, wasn't much of anything.
What are you talking about? You guys had television and the internet and these giant like metal birds.
How old-ish is this child we're speaking to?
Like 10, 11.
Okay. So she smiles and she goes, yeah, we did have a lot of really cool technology where we lacked in magical abilities in my world. We made up for with, I suppose, intelligence. A different kind of intelligence than you guys had. But we found ways to make things work.
Yeah, my uncle was telling me that like that you guys used to have these like rooms with these big televisions in it, and like hundreds of people would all go in and watch these giant televisions. We have a television here in the common room. We got it from New Eden when we did our trades, and we don't get a lot of stuff that goes on it, but we have these like these disc things, and the disc things, they play movies, and some of them play music, and we use that. If you're here tomorrow morning, I can show you it. And at this point, he's like stopped and he's just talking. And you guys, if you look around at all, you notice he's just standing right in front of the door and he's just talking at this point.
She smiles. If you'd like to show me which movies you have, that's fine. But I'm very well aware of how CDs and DVDs work on a television. It's what I wanted to do with my life before all this happened. I wanted to be an actress.
Well, I mean, we have actresses back home and in the garden. Like you could act. You don't need a disc to act.
She chuckles for probably like the first time Tal has heard her chuckle throughout this month that they've been together. She has a small laugh and she just shakes her head and she goes, the world's changed and I've changed. I don't think that's what I want anymore.
And then he's just looking at you like smiling as you're talking. And he's like, oh, here, and hands you the key. Like this is your room. And my uncle says that everybody has to check out or extend their stay by midday tomorrow. And what does he always tell me to tell? Oh yeah. The hot water is the left handle. He's like, okay, I gotta go. And he like waves as he's like running past.
She waves and just unlocks the door and opens it.
Yeah,
assume-
Going
Yeah, I
in
assume
and
the
looking
mind link's
around.
still active, and she's just gonna be like, talkative little fella. Just walks in.
I guess there's good that there's still that hope and wonder left in the world. And starts looking around the room, and once he gets comfortable, he's just gonna sit down in his bag and start getting ready to call it a night.
What do you suppose New Eden is that we heard the boy talk of?
I don't know. I intend to ask about that in the morning.
All right. Would you like the bed?
All you.
Thank you. She will just go to bed.
Go to sleep. And as you're laying down, okay, this room, it's like, it feels different from the rest of the building, which had sort of like this kind of like elegance to it. And this room just reminds you of like a motel room. Like it has like all the basic amenities of a modern day motel room, which kind of is juxtaposed against like this like sort of like elven elegance of the building itself. And yeah, the bed's comfortable enough though.
Tao gets set up and gets comfortable in the closet.
This isn't even something that she notices because she has, to get herself comfortable, turned herself sideways to face the wall, curled up in a little ball essentially, and isn't using the pillow but just hugging it in front of her.
All right. And this is probably the best that either one of you have slept in quite some time. You actually have like a room. You have 4 walls surrounding you. Some monochrome of, security. And the rest couldn't have lasted long enough. I mean, it seems like you just closed your eyes and all of a sudden the sun is peeking through the window and you're hearing the sound of just voices, laughter carrying out through the hallway. You're hearing the sounds of people talking and moving about outside the window. And you feel like you're in a very much active and thriving civilization at the moment.
Kay would quietly get up and go look out the window to figure out how close it was to midday.
You could tell it's early morning. You can see you guys have a eastern-facing window, and you can see off in the distance some of the landscape, and you see that there's mountains a couple miles off in the distance, and through 2 of the valleys of the mountain, you see the sun just barely kind of peeking in between this crack in the light shining in where you're at. So you could tell it's very early morning. It's still like the bright orange sun. But the city is already at full speed.
Alright. So with seeing that she's got plenty of time, and if she doesn't see that Tal's awake, she's just gonna move straight into the bathroom and probably take the first shower in a long time.
Yep. And so you go in and you start taking your shower, and the water just stays hot forever. Like, as long as you're in there, it's as hot as you had it. Which, yeah, so for both of you, it's probably been a really, really long time since you've had just a hot shower.
Also probably gonna take the opportunity to wash the set of clothes that she isn't wearing to get them as clean as possible and hang them up to dry in the room while she can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get cleaned up right after her. This bathroom has a mirror in it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like after he's getting ready to like come back out, and he like stops and after he sees his like reflection, and he's like seeing the white hair come in around his face, and he's just looking at like how his tattoos seemingly looking more like cracks in his skin than they used to, and he just kind of examines for a while, and then he's kind of like takes it in and then leaves the bathroom. And he will initiate my link. Alright, so are you ready to go?
Sure, not a problem. We'll just gather up her things. She climbs up, steps off the bed that she was sitting on, just tending to her bow, and goes and gathers the clothes that she had hung up around the room, gives them one good squeeze to get out whatever water she can, folds and puts them in the bag.
We can leave those up. We're not leaving the settlement yet.
Oh. Okay. It starts to... I'm sure that happened before she fully got them all down. It just leaves them.
And he's going to head out the room and the intention to go back to the person at the desk.
Kay follows like the little duckling she is.
Yeah, so as you head back into like the lobby of this area, you see that this place, as busy as it was last night, is even busier in the morning. That there's families that are laughing and having a good time, kind of enjoying meals together. And you're seeing that there's just like a sea of just aberrant here. And again, Tal, you notice that there are no human here whatsoever.
He just kind of like surveys everyone for a little bit, like he's just recalling memories or something. Then he continues on to the desk.
And you see there is a older woman. Her hair kind of has this shimmer of orange to it, but it's just completely white. And as you approach, she warmly smiles at you. And then you see her eyes kind of slide over to Kay, and you see her expression kind of go more neutral.
he makes a gesture that the aberrant will understand. It's like he is that and then that to basically without communicating ask, do you prefer mind link or verbal?
She kind of smiles, and she just audibly says, "Either's fine here. If you want to keep the conversation private, feel free to mind link. Otherwise, if you don't mind the occasional prying ear hearing what you have to say."
I don't think I have anything private to speak of. Um, just wondering, in what direction would we find New Eden?
And she kind of gives you like a forced smile. And she's like, why are you looking for New Eden?
Just heard about it and was curious.
Oh, not not a place I would choose to go to personally, but if you head out of here to the west, you can't miss it. It's our neighboring city. Give me a roll on the reactions table, Tal. She kind of leans forward and she's like, "Is that where your friend's from?"
No. We were just passing through. Is there something to be concerned with there?
Give me a persuasion roll with a +2. No. I would say, as of right now, everything's good. We just got a bit of a history with him. When this city was brought here, we kind of landed in the middle of a human city. Most of our buildings were intact. Most of theirs were not. And it kind of created this divide between our world and theirs. Everything here was remnant of the Great Garden. And for the most part, the humans didn't take too kindly to that. And for the last year, maybe 15 months, there's been a lot of bloodshed between us and them. And just recently, our elders and their governor came to a truce, and there's been a ceasefire now for going on 2 months. So tensions are still high, but we're at least amicable.
Is there a general concern about the Kurish being within your city walls here?
I would say not so much as a concern, but people are still cautious. But as long as your friend doesn't do anything aggressive towards anybody, there won't be any problems here. You know, aside from, the occasional stare. She kind of nods her head over at someone who's sort of listening in on the conversation, and when they get identified that they were doing it, they kind of like snap their head back around like they weren't.
All right, fair enough. I guess where would be a good place to get some breakfast?
Well, I don't want to say that we have the best food here in the city, but others might tell you that.
Sounds good enough to me.
And she kind of pulls out this little menu. It's like a laminate of like an old diner's menu. And she's like, just to give you sort of an idea of what we have, but pretty much anything you want us to whip up, we could probably give it a try.
He lets Kay pick out whatever she wants, and then Tal is like looking over it for a bit. So, would it be possible to take the biscuits, the cheese, and the sausage and make them like a sandwich?
Yeah, of course.
I would like that.
All right. And she takes Kay's order, takes your order. And she gives you a price on it. And when she does, she mentions it in the currency. Tal, go ahead and give me a wealth roll.
Yeah, about that. Okay.
So it's basically like the amount of change that you got from getting the room. Like, you have like barely enough to cover the food after that. But you're basically just like, here. And she's like, if you want, if you're looking for any work or anything like that, there's plenty of things that got messed up during the fights, and people are trying to rebuild, so everybody's looking for help. We've established the currency here for over a year now, so we have a pretty good system that keeps all the money within the city. And if you guys are going to be heading out to New Eden, most of the places there still accept it too, now that we have that deal brokered between their governor, so...
And if we go there, then I would probably draw the same type of looks that she is drawing from here, yes?
She kind of chuckles. Yeah, that's probably a pretty safe bet.
Figured.
But if you want find any table that's open, and we'll bring the food right out to you.
We go have a seat and wait for the food.
All right. So as you turn around and sort of navigate the room with your eyes, you see like all these people sort of eating in close proximity to one another, and you see these groups, and they look like they have their little, their close, like close little factions of one another. And then on the other side of the room, you see sitting at a table, this guy, dark hair, and he's sitting by himself. And not only is he sitting by himself, you can see the tables that are around him are empty as well.
In both in the interest of the fact that it's just been the two of them traveling, and people seem to be uncomfortable or at least constantly looking at her, he's actually going to go sit closer to that guy where nowhere else is sitting.
All right. So you go and sit over there, and like as you start nearing in on this person that's sitting there, you start to see like people like turn around and looking as you're going there. And as you get close, you see this guy's just sitting there by himself. His hands are bandaged, and he's just eating food.
And we're gonna sit like, like not right next to him, but like a table between us. And not, take a glance to look at him just to see if there's any reason to assume that he's a threat, and if not, so mind our own business.
All right.
And also, Tao's not wearing the full cloak and everything right now, but he still has the sword strapped to his back if that bothers anyone.
Okay. You don't see many people that have like martial weapons out here other than you, but no one says anything to you about it. And after a few minutes of you two sitting there, the woman returns, and she has both your orders of food. And she sets it down, and then she kind of like looks at this guy, and then she turns around, and then she walks to like a table behind you, and she's like, "You guys, everything okay over here?"
Everything's well.
He just nods. Thank you.
It's like, all right, well, let us know if you need anything. And she kind of looks back, and then she just walks back towards the front.
And she brought the food?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, just gonna start eating.
What did Kay order?
Oh gee, I don't know. What does aberrant people serve?
The menu was like an old diner, like an old laminated menu from a diner.
So it was human food. Okay. Farmer's omelet.
Okay.
Veggies, cheese, eggs.
Hal takes a bite of his breakfast sandwich, and in the mind link you hear him say, Still not the same.
The same as what?
Nothing. Why do you suppose no one's sitting next to this guy?
I don't know. Is he aberrant? I try not to make eye contact. They seem to be more freaked out when I do.
Give me a notice roll. So as you kind of like examine him, you see he's got like sunglasses on, inside this building, hands bandaged up. He doesn't look exactly aberrant to you, but you know he's definitely not human.
To be honest, I'm not sure.
Okay then. I guess we'll just be weary because they're weary.
Could ask him.
I think drawing more attention to me would be a poor decision.
Fair enough.
And as you guys are finishing up your meal, the same guy that you talked to last night, he sort of walks up to this table, and you can kind of hear him saying, "All right, man, you're gonna have to finish up and head out."
Never mentioned a time limit.
Look, man, you see the way that people are looking at you. Besides, these two strangers here, no one's even sitting near you. I don't hold any judgment, nothing like that. But you know, finish up, head on out.
I get it. Thank you.
And then as he walks past Talon K, he's like, smiles and he like, "Hey, hope everything's going good." And keeps walking past.
As the guy's walking away, like, if they're looking at you, I wouldn't stick around for too long. He goes back to eating his food.
He just assumes that it's her that's being spoken to, because she's the only other not aberrant here. And she just glances over and goes, "I go where he goes." Simple as that.
That's nice.
So, what do they have against you?
Just don't fit in here, I guess. Haven't done anything at the ink. Sometimes you're just not welcome.
I suppose if I wasn't with my friend here, I probably wouldn't have been welcome either, so I understand.
Like in the middle of the conversation, You guys hear like this tapping noise. And you look over, and the window just on the other side of where this guy's sitting, there's this black bird that's just perched on the window, and it's like pecking at him.
Iris, you're back, baby. I'll be out soon right now, okay? I'm almost done.
And like as he says it, it just flutters off.
He smirks at it and goes, "She your pet?"
It's family.
I've had quite a few pets that feel like family. I know what you mean.
Yeah. She's from the garden. The only thing I really have left of it.
Doesn't feel like any of us have anything of our true homes at this point.
Yeah. This is home now. Tomorrow, I might be sleeping under a tree. That'll be my home.
There's an old Earth expression. Home is where the heart is.
That's nice. Take it you two aren't from around here.
We aren't from anywhere. Just roaming.
Nowhere in particular.
I mean, since this whole merge ordeal, no. Just traveling.
It's tiring.
Yeah.
You gotta rest sometimes too.
Rest gives you time to be weak.
Rest gives you time to live.
Maybe someday I'll feel that way again.
Taos pushes his plate as she's finishing. Alright, if we're gonna be around here a little bit longer before we start traveling again, I suppose we should go find work.
Is that in Mind Link or out loud?
It'll mind link.
Kate's attention shifts from the stranger who she's been speaking to, and she just glances at Tal. Understood. Find work and whatever we can do. And then looks back to stranger. Well, it's nice to meet you.
Always nice to meet new people.
She nods. If you don't mind my asking, what are you?
Oh. Yeah. I haven't met much of my kind around since I got here. Oh. He'll like gather up all of his stuff and make it like nice and neat in the center of the table and get up, grab his stuff and walk over to her and like lean down. Where I'm from, I'm called the Morphos. I take it a lot of people here know about us. That's why I'm not welcome. So I don't like saying it out loud.
And Tal, you would heard of this type of people back from home, mostly in story. You don't see them out too often. They're mostly tribal. They're typically warriors. Give me a common knowledge roll. The one thing that you would know is that they have the ability to change their arms into weapons, like can shapeshift into swords or like hammers or shields. But like I said, it's mostly just been stories. You've never actually met one before.
When he moves close, she kind of like leans slightly away, just like unsure of what's happening. But when he just speaks quietly, she like relaxes.
It's
She
like
nods.
she moves away, he, like puts his hand behind his back and just like crosses his arms behind himself. I don't mean any harm. I'm just trying not to draw attention.
I understand. We've met lots of conflict throughout our travels. Forgive me for being weary.
I get it.
Okay.
I was named after what you would call a crow. So I've been going by Crow since I got to this planet.
Smart birds.
Yep. I'm gonna get out of here and who knows? If you're looking for work, I'll stick around outside for a little bit. I might be able to point you in a direction.
We are.
And as you guys are talking, you hear like the talking in the room just kind of stop for a moment. And as you turn to see what's going on, you see standing at the door is this human who walks in by himself. Got a blue outfit on, hood pulled up. And everybody in the place immediately just stops what they're doing and watches as he walks in. And the door closes behind him. And there's no aberrant escort, no nothing.
Island observation, just like everyone else in the room.
And as he approaches the counter, the person behind the counter is kind of like standing there. That same older woman with the white hair, and she kind of just has this bemused look on her face, and she says, "Are you looking for a room?"
I think I'd start with just some food. Wait, 1 second. Are we back at the hotel? I lost track.
Yes.
Oh.
You can get food there too. That's where everybody is eating at right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I'll just start with some food. A little bit hungry.
She pulls out this like laminated diner placard, and she just kind of sets it down.
Briefly glances over it. It's like, well, I'm of the opinion if breakfast is a choice, you should always order breakfast. So, just an omelet with all the fixins.
She's like, what fixings?
Whatever toppings you have for your omelets, I don't care. Throw it all in there.
Okay. And I assume you're able to pay for this, right?
He checks his pockets real quick. He says, yeah. And how much? And he pulls out. I assume I should make a wealth roll.
So how long have you been here?
I don't know. I feel like I'm maybe more of a new. From the brief bit we've got so far, I feel like I'm maybe more of a New Eden person. But I think I could make money going back and forth. I think I just got in. But I mean, in the area, like between New Eden and this town, let's say, recent, a week.
Okay.
Let's say.
Yeah, so go ahead and add a D4 wealth. And then go ahead and make that wealth roll.
Does wealth just go with your normal skills?
Yep.
Okay.
In addition to, it doesn't count as an actual, like...
Yeah, but it just goes in the skills section of the character sheet.
Yep. You should be able to just drag it right in there.
Alright, found it. Dragging.
Alright. So, have you used the expanded wealth rules before, Heathcliff?
Very briefly, like a year ago.
Okay. So, basically, if you succeed, then that means you have enough money to cover it, but you go down a dice roll. With you being at a D4, that basically means that, like, this is basically all of your money that you have. If you get it with a raise, that means you have enough to cover it plus extra, so you don't lose a die roll. And then if you crit fail, then if you fail, you just don't have enough to cover it. If you crit fail, then you can't make any extra attempts to do it, nothing like that.
All right. So I pay for it.
Yeah.
I want an omelet. I saw there was somebody else eating one as I came in, and it just made me want one. So
She's like, okay, well, find any place to sit that you want to, and we'll bring it right out to you.
he just looks for an first empty seat. He doesn't really care.
Yeah, I mean, you look around, and basically the first empty seat you see is like the table directly next to where Tal, Kay, and now Crow are talking.
All right, I'll sit over there then.
And like the whole time you're like walking over there, you notice everyone's eyes on you in the room, including these three, as you go to sit down.
He puffs out his chest a little bit and almost struts.
Acts
like the attention. He acts like that attention should be on him anyway.
If it makes any difference, Crow's like trying to smile and just look happy instead of the confused looks that everyone else are giving off.
As soon as this guy looks overly confident in himself and just like, as he's walking over, Kay just like smirks, shakes her head, and works on finishing up her breakfast.
He nods to It is really hard not to call you X. He nods to Crow and at the smile and just takes a seat at the empty area.
So you mentioned work?
Yeah. I don't usually stay at one place of work for too long, but I've had a few places.
Geo perks up at the name at the word work, considering he just spent the last of his pocket change, and looks over. He's like, "You guys talking about work available? I just spent the last of my currency here. I could use some if you got extra room in the back of your pickup, as it were." Oh, you're a half you are aberrant. Well, he gives Crow a nod look. He's like, "If you have extra worm on your work crew, I mean, yeah, there's this thing that with Earth before the explosion where people would go up to undocumented workers and they'd jump in the back of the pickup truck, and yeah, if there's extra work around, let me know, okay? That's all I'm saying."
Crow's just like a toothy grin, smiling like, yeah, I could probably get you something.
We've never picked it up. Humans are big on wordplay.
I like seeing people get excited. It's better than dreary, no hope, dread all the time. It gets to you.
That and the extreme caution when they look at you, huh?
You smile at people, and he like gestures towards the new guy. Sometimes they're friendly.
New guy realizes he doesn't have a glass to raise at him and just smiles and nods back. He's like, "Be friendly to make friends. That's how it works."
You hear someone audibly groan at that comment.
It was Kay.
Well, I introduced myself to the lady, but to you two, you can call me Crow. If you're looking to get work, I guess I can stick around in here. And he like looks over at the receptionist like for a little bit longer, right?
Nice to meet you, Crow. Geo. He looks over at the other two.
Okay. That's
Tal is
Tal.
just looking around at both of you. No reply.
Yep. She just kind of like moves her head in his direction. That's Tal. He doesn't talk much.
Good to know. I like I like a good laconicism, or however you call it. Yeah, being laconic is not bad.
Huh.
Am I using that word right?
To be perfectly honest, it's over my head anyway, so you could be using it right or wrong. All I'm assuming is it's an extension of stoic, quiet, lone wolf.
Gotcha. I miss when I could Google stuff.
Yeah, that was definitely an advantage, having all the information at your hands, huh?
What kind of work are you all looking to do?
Whatever's available.
Yep, the paying kind is all I'm looking. I'm not too picky at this point. I just spent my last bit of change on the omelet that should be coming here soon.
As long as I'm not selling myself, I really don't care.
Isn't that what
Oh
work
yeah,
is?
I'd rather stay away from that kind of work.
Isn't that what work is?
Oh, human expressions again. Oh, Heathcliff, did you just drop your omelet?
Only a bite of it, but it
Oh.
was a big bite.
You look so defeated.
I dropped this particular bite of the omelet, which is,
Oh.
a sizable bite, but
Yeah, that's like
I
an
was
eighth of the
it,
omelet.
I was more defeated by the fact that it already had ketchup on it, and now I have
Oh.
ketchup on my floor. Thankfully, it's a
Right.
hardwood floor, and on my leg. Thankfully, it's a
Sad.
hardwood floor, so.
Again, human expression. To sell oneself is to perform sex work. Sexual favors for pay.
You just hear a voice say, "Need to get a permit for that."
I don't want to do it anyways.
Interesting. No, that wasn't really on the list, but
Like I said, that was really my only off limit. And
okay. Yep. I know people that want stuff clean but don't want to go in there themselves. People to move stuff. Some people travel a bit outside the city. They like having people watch their backs.
all
Whatever's
the good
really
options.
more comfortable for you all.
In mind link to Tao. Any preference on work?
No.
Whichever pays the best will work fine for us.
Someone gets up from the other side of the room and kind of walks over. They're like, "Sorry for eavesdropping. I couldn't hear you talk. Couldn't help but hear you talking about work. If you want decent money, the humans over in New Eden pay better than most of us Aberrant do, because, well, let's face it, we can do a lot more than they can." He starts chuckling to himself.
Kay just kind of like nods and like gives a gesture of like, yeah, that makes sense.
A few of my jobs have been escorting travel back and forth. Yeah, New Eden. Interesting place.
Certainly, not really received any good reviews of the like 3 we've had.
No, don't get me wrong. There's still a bunch of second-rate people there, in my opinion, but
Eyebrow. Kay's raising an eyebrow and just looking at him like, you best not be referred to just because I'm human, but like not actually using those words.
he sees your expression. He's like, I mean, like, them personally, not just because of them being,
Understood. Because of the fighting, not because of the race.
Yep. Well, I mean, and he like pulls up a chair, like he invites himself into the conversation at this point. He's like, "Well, you see."
With him pulling up the chair, Gio gives up pretense of having his own table and kind of flips his chair around and sits. He flips himself around and just sits backwards in his chair, so he's at the table with the rest of them.
Seeing this happening, Kay just kind of reaches and grabs the chair that was beside her and empty, just like pulls it out and gestures for Crow.
Al just looks annoyed.
He's like, "Well, see,
Mind link to Tal, just being polite.
the humans have control of the power plant. They control the power which gives them an advantage over us. It's the only advantage that they have over us. That's what the fighting's all about. It's all about controlling resources. And right now, they have the resources.
Sounds a whole lot like all of human history.
Yeah, it's just not human history. I mean, that's just the name of the game in general. But we lost quite a few of our amenities from back home by coming here. And most of the technology that you all developed requires electricity. So, all I'm saying is that it'd be in better hands if we took control over it. But I digress on that. He like stands up. But like I said, they pay better. And he just kind of like walks away.
Appreciate the advice.
Yeah, thanks, man.
He just nods in his direction as he goes to move away. I suppose one of those protection jobs to somebody traveling to New Eden would probably be ideal. So we can just, get to where there's good money.
I like you. You think? See, I was thinking about just walking over to Good Eden, but you're thinking about making money on the way. That's using the brain space right there.
She just smiles and shakes her head at him. Why would we waste the walk if we were already told that there's pay to do so?
Sometimes
That's a fair
you
point.
make the walk, take your time, don't rush it, enjoy yourself.
It's later than you think.
Hmm?
Yeah, nothing. It's a song lyric. Okay.
Must not have been one of the genres I listened to. I understand what you're saying, Crow. I really do. The world's not been kind enough to Tal and I to permit us to stop and smell the roses, as the humans would say.
Wasn't a suggestion, just putting out my thoughts.
I know. In the mind link to Tal. Just playing nice so we can get to where there's better work. You know.
This is what you do. I haven't questioned it at all.
Alright, boys. So, we finish up our food, and I suppose, Crow, you could lead us to anyone that you know would need guides.
I have a few people that I know travel back and forth, but most of the time, if you wait out city outskirts in the direction towards New Eden, you'll run across people traveling.
Alright. So to become a sellsword, mercenary for hire. Understood. Just stand there and wait for somebody to ask.
Be polite.
Is that?
Ask.
Oh, yeah. No, I think you're about to answer my question, man. Go ahead.
It's not too far though, so not a lot of people requiring the help. Some people just get spooked on the way.
Makes sense. But I suppose for some of the aberrant folk here, having 2 human guides might make it a little less scary if you're walking into a place surrounded by humans that are apparently not that friendly towards aberrant. If they've got a human with them, they're a little bit less unapproachable. All right. She just works on finishing her food, cleans up, stacks her shit. Looks over at Gio, who I assume is the last one eating at this point, because I think John already said he finished. And
Yeah, while you guys are having the conversation, like, they walk up and drop the food off at the table.
Yeah, he'll just, as soon as it's there, he's chowing into it.
Mhm.
You see him go to take the first bite, and it just falls off the fork.
Third bite, excuse me.
Sorry, did you mention your name?
Yeah, I said it was Gio.
Sorry about that. You're right. You introduced yourself. I'm sorry. Did a lot of thinking. Lost track of some of the short term. Never been the best with names.
And at this point, they're over there bussing the table that Crow is sitting at.
Oh,
He'll eat pretty fast, noticing that the 3 of them are done.
yeah. I will wait out front for you guys. I feel like I'm running my time short here. So, whenever you're done, I'll be up front.
And you start to
Crow,
walk
get up
towards the
and-
door. He's like, "Hey, don't forget to check out."
Right, thank you. Head over to the front desk, pull out the keys, and do all that.
In mind link to Tal. Would you want to go through our checkout routine, gather what's left in the room? While I keep
Yeah.
eyes to make sure we don't lose track of Crow.
Be right back. He gets up and heads up to the room to gather their stuff and come back down and check out at the front.
Seemingly to Gio, Tal just got up and left. Because it was all mind link.
Tal hasn't said a fucking word.
Yep. He just sat there for a minute looking, just sitting there silently watching everybody, then just gets up and leaves out of nowhere.
Yeah, Gio just watches him go like, takes laconicism to a whole new level.
I mean, he's not so silent. We are communicating.
Oh, you know, like, what you got, like, some type of... Oh, you're talking about, like, them. Okay.
Yeah. Essence.
Gotcha. Yeah, still not my first thought on stuff. I mean, even I can, I'm Kurish myself. I mean, I get the essence. I use the essence. It's just still not my first solution I think of. I hear you silent communication. I think, like, you're doing some weird eyebrow wiggles or something that this means this.
Oh yes, totally. We're just here. You've completely missed it, but I've been using ASL the whole time.
Oh, you speak ASA. He throws a couple signs up.
She just shakes her head and just pinches the bridge of her nose and she goes, "No, Gio, I'm joking.
Oh,
I do not know ASL."
Okay.
As the two of you are kind of chatting and joking, you start noticing, now that your aberrant guides are gone, that the eyes are back on you guys.
Left them.
Fine.
Right.
Just a couple of humans surrounded by tables full of aberrant. No worries. It's totally not weird.
All right. Well, Gio will finish up his omelet and then, wipe his mouth.
If Tal's
You
not
should-
back before this happens, then she will be mind linking that we were preparing to go outside.
Do we leave our plate on the table, or is this like a bring it up to the counter type of place?
She
I say we
shrugs. I mean, the best crow's table.
Oh, yes, that's fair. That's fair. He just gets up and pushes his seat in. Well, goes to push his seat in and then realizes he's pushing it in the wrong table and pushes it back where it goes.
Yep. Kay slings her backpack over her shoulder and gathers up her things and prepares to go outside and wait beside Crow for Tal.
Same, just, follows, picks up his backpack, follows at a slightly more sedate pace.
Yep, not too long after that, Tal would be out with all your guys' stuff. Tal, is your entering into the streets now that it's daylight out? Like this city was carved directly from the Great Garden. It was picked up and placed here. Details that you miss from like the architecture and just simple things that you found in most of your areas at home that are missing from the human cities are here. So much so that the air even smells different.
And the mind link is this place strangely feels like back home in a way that I haven't felt in a very long time.
Then would you prefer we stay here for a bit?
I want to get a better look at this other city before we come back, but I do want to eventually come back.
Understood.
I think I'll take my daily meditation here before we start our travel.
The way that Crow mentioned it, it was like we just wait near the outskirts and people will eventually ask us. We could meditate while we wait.
All right.
Kay nods to Crow and Geo. Are we all ready?
I'm ready when you guys are.
Ain't got much.
She slings her bow on her back and prepares to follow wherever the heck Crow is going to lead him.
Crow starts walking and like he lifts his hands in the air and snaps his fingers, and it doesn't sound like a normal snap. It sounds like more of like hitting metal against metal as he snaps. And he like looks up in the air and waits for Iris to come to him.
Then you see that same bird kind of fly down to him.
He lands on his shoulder and he's like just rubbing her entire body. I told you I was gonna be done soon.
Yeah, you guys start walking off west through the streets, and the streets are sort of almost like a cobblestone style street, but the stone is nothing that Geo nor Kay has ever seen. The type of mineral that it's made from is not found on Earth. And the streets sort of sway and wind about, and the architecture here is all fine and elegant. And then just randomly in the middle of it, there'll be like a human establishment. Not with humans in it, but like earthly architecture. And as you start heading further west, you start seeing the stippling of human architecture increase until you get to an area where there's just destruction. You start seeing homes that are burnt, destroyed, decrepit. And there's about a 3-block or so stretch of an area that just looks war-torn. Just completely disheveled. And on the other side of that 3-block area, you see these tall wooden fences with a sign out front that says, "Welcome to New Eden."
Right.
And you guys stop at the border zone there and start your meditation. And like the time that you're there, like very few people like cross that threshold. Most people, most of the aberrants stopped like being really active about a block or two away from it. There's still a few people every now and again that pop up, but for the most part, there's not a lot of people even in that area that you're in. And outside of the fenced-in area in the New Eden part, you see nobody. Looking beyond the fenced-in area, there's these 2 large open wooden gates. And you can see that there's movement and activities going on inside. But outside of those gates, there is nobody there.
He's just sitting on the ground silently beside Tal while they meditate.
He was leaning on his bow staff that he got out while they were walking, because he treats it almost like a walking stick sometimes, and just looking about.
Everybody go ahead and roll a d4.
Whoa.
How?
Tal, high or low?
Hi.
All right, so as you guys are meditating, like nobody comes by you guys. No one crosses the threshold. No work comes to you. No nothing. It's just like quiet where you're at.
After a good bit of meditation and sitting there in silence, she's just gonna sit, like, eyes still closed, she's just gonna pipe up. If the walk is this short, I feel like we're wasting time sitting here waiting for work when we could just have already walked there and gotten work.
Fair assessment.
Yeah, people don't like traveling. It. Period. Or if they need to. We're here.
Understandable. Shall we continue over to New Eden now to go get new work? Or shall we continue to wait?
You're looking for work as soon as possible. We could just go. I'm not really too picky.
I've kind of picked up that you're kind of go with the flow sort of guy. Laid back, relaxed.
Like closes his eyes and just grins.
All right. After you guys are done and you gather your things and you head across, walking that 3-block stretch, Tal, you get a very potent sense of essence in this area. It's something you haven't really felt since being back home when you used to actually spar with other people that were using essence. You can tell that the destruction in this area was done by the aberrant. These buildings were burned down with magic, and you notice that the architecture in this area is mainly all human architecture. And as you all approach the gates to New Eden, you see a similar sight to what you've seen in the city that you just came from. This place is bustling, something like you haven't seen since all this went down in the world. You see that there's an area off to the left where there's this large community garden, and you see that right across from it there's this marketplace, and there's people that are shopping there, and kids running about and playing. And Tal, the thing you notice first when walking through this large wooden gate is that there is not a single aberrant in this community.
Yeah, he figured before he even approached, he made sure that everything, arms, head, was covered.
Like halfway through, walking through the destruction area, Crow like flicks a button on his leg pouch thing, pulls back a cigarette, lights it for the rest of the way there. And for the rest of the way, his smile is just gone. Then walking through the gates, puts it out, starts smiling again. Here we are.
Looking around, Kay's heart is like almost fluttering slightly. She's like, wow, this is the most normal human thing I've seen in a while.
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah, I'd say for a second she just kind of loses the whole remembering mind link thing and just says it out loud, kind of quietly to herself. But of course, these folks beside her can hear her.
It's a bit mundane. Geo is slightly out of breath, having trying to keep up with everyone.
Didn't take you as a slowpoke. She just jokes at him.
I'm fine. I'm light on my feet normally, but carrying everything I own on my back. It's not. He does have a backpack with a bunch of stuff in it. It's not light.
So does Kay and Tal. They are both nomads, so they both have everything they own on their back. She just nods and she goes, "Do it every day. I know damn well."
I mean, you notice that like his load is substantially more than yours.
Partly a good reason to carry a little more light. Maybe let go of some of your earthly possessions that are only weighing you down. As she looks around to see if there's some sort of bulletin board or what have you. So anything that looks like help wanted anywhere.
You sound like a televangelist. Let go of your earthly needs that are only weighing you down.
You must unlock your heart chakra. she smirks.
There's still turkey on my floor.
In character.
It's alright, I didn't realize turkey fell out of my omelet until I put my toe in it.
I'm surprised your little kitty didn't decide that was a snack.
He will not even eat wet cat food. He only eats the dry stuff. He doesn't eat anything else. He's picky.
Weird cat.
Yeah. Sorry for the segue. I was surprised by cold sliced deli meat.
I can imagine. It's not something you expect to feel between your toes.
Speak for yourself.
Hey, I'm not being like your young buddy.
Okay, so now if I can remember what's happening. Oh, that's right. Kay was looking for bulletin board. Okay.
Or help wanted signs or what have you.
Yeah. Everybody go ahead and give me a notice.
That being said, Geo got here like a week ago, and I imagine he'd probably be staying on the New Eden side more than anything. Has he noticed anything?
I'm still bound.
Where is notice?
Yeah, you are.
Kinky.
I thought you were into it. I'm sorry.
Listen, there's a time and a place.
Crow, you said you've already been here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Tal, the main thing that you notice after you kind of start walking through and you're kind of cutting through the area where like their community garden is and everything, nobody is batting an eye at you or Crow. And as far as there's no like bulletin board or anything up for that. But Gio, you would know as far as work goes. There's a lot of manual labor work for people that are trying to help rebuild the areas that were destroyed. There's always help wanted working at the electrical plant. And as you guys sort of move through the city, you can see kind of off in the back area, almost like on a raised hill, that there is this large power plant that is surrounded by this tall 8-foot fence with like barbed wire. But then this large wooden fence that they have constructed around this area also is going around that. It's almost fortified like a keep. And then just odd jobs, obviously. If you're looking to pick up anything, there's odd jobs here and there you can get.
Right. Well, he'll speak up then. He's like, I mean, if we're back over here for work, I've been around the town a little bit in the last week or so. There's some labor jobs in the industrial sector, which is over that way. Power plant's always looking for workers, but I mean, those are kind of. I'm not built for labor, so I mainly wandered over to what's the Essence town called again?
It's you don't know the name of it,
Okay. It's like I only wandered over to the Aberrant side of things because somebody mentioned that diner had really good food, and I had some spare cash after my last job, so I went over. I try to walk around the town picking up odd jobs, but I'm not all that great at it. It's just, I'm not one for labor, and power plant is kind of tedious, so I like to spice it up.
Crow, you would probably know the name of the other one, as the sign out front of it is actually written in like an aberrant cuneiform. So you would know that the name of the other area is called First Light. But unless Geo or Kay was told, they wouldn't know.
Gotcha.
No. Work. Something spicy.
Well, spice, spice like variety is the spice of life type of spice. I don't want to be, I don't handle the heavy lifting of the industrial sector very well, and I can do
Something a bit
the.
more stimulating. He wants to have fun while he works.
Yeah, I don't want to do the same thing every day. I don't want to just be at the I mean, when I really need money, I'll go work. I might go work at the electrical plant, but after one day of that, no, I'm not doing that day in and day out. I'm gonna pick up odd jobs, and as long as I got enough money to try some interesting foods, I'm good.
That's the plan. I don't want to tie anyone down if they're traveling.
Well, I mean, this place has a lot more restaurants than most, so I'm stopping a little longer than normal. Maybe I'll stay. A couple of them are good.
Not the strongest, but if there's anything that needs me to put my mind to it, I'm much better suited to that sort of thing. But I'll find something.
Yeah, see, that's what I need. I need mental work. I need to be employed for mental work. I don't need to go in for mental work. Don't need to go to an asylum. You know what I mean?
Sometimes I don't.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
You're quite tongue-tied, huh?
I should have taken that hindrance.
There's still time.
I didn't expect him to be this tongue-tied. Maybe he'll grow out of it. We'll see. I mean, I guess we can just walk around looking for work then. It's like I said, there's odd jobs. It's the state of the place. Just look for someone looking for work. I don't know. Wait, we're looking for look for someone looking for workers. Yeah.
Kay just has like an amused look, and she's just like raising eyebrows, looking at you, and she's like, "Yeah." She's just gonna shake her head at this point. She doesn't even care if Crow and Geo keep up with the two of them, because the goal was like get to where there is work, and now we're at where there is work. So she'll just stay close to Tal, and any signs that say help wanted, she'll approach the building.
Yeah, and furthermore, I mean, as you're like cutting through like the town and everything, it feels like before the singularity happened. Like you go through homes and you can hear radios on. You see neon signs that say open. It's the most normal thing that you've seen in a long time in the most beautiful way.
Whenever we pass by a home that's playing something on the radio, Crow like slows down and starts walking slowly, and he just like listens to the music. Then the group gets ahead of him, and he like jogs a little bit to catch up.
Yeah, Geo's just half jogging, half walking at all times because he's
Clearly a very ADHD
I mean,
gentleman. In the mind link, Tal's gonna hear, I'm not good at manual labor. Continues to run literally everywhere.
He'll get some strength eventually, I guess, carrying that backpack around.
Watch out for Geo. His calves are amazing.
Yes, you've picked up some interesting friends.
They're not friends, they were a means to get here, and now it doesn't even matter if we lose track.
It was sarcasm.
You've still got to work on that one.
It's a work in progress.
She just kind of like bumps Tal with her shoulder as she turns into a shop that has a help wanted sign or something. If that so would exist, Clifford.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and you kind of walk in to a bakery.
Why not?
And there's a little old lady in there, and she's got like this pink apron on with like these like lacy frills, and she's got this rolling pin that's like twice her size, and she's like rolling out dough with it as you walk in. She's like, "Oh. Well, hello there, everybody."
Good afternoon, ma'am.
She's like, "It's so nice to see the aberrant and the humans coexisting. We just don't see many aberrant here anymore. Even though we signed the peace treaty, still a pleasant rare sight."
Of course, you have to understand the caution. There's not many humans that are over in the Aberrant town. We were just there. Pretty sure. Me and she looks to see if Geo is also in the building or if he just like ADHD'd past the building and didn't notice Kay and Tal turn in.
Oh no, it's a bakery. He's in the building, but he's looking at all like the he's.
Me and she just gestures. Him. Pretty sure we're the only humans that were there. I'm sure everybody has a healthy amount of caution that things may not remain peaceful. But in the meantime...
Give me a roll on the reaction table.
No. Illegal. I was being kind. We're Bennying that. I don't like it.
Fuck out of my bakery.
Fuck you just say to me. Nana.
That's better.
The old lady whoop her ass.
She pulls out her +4 rolling pin of smite. Oh, I gotta remember everybody's names for these fucking commands now. So she smiles when you say that, and she's like, "Well, you don't see many humans over in First Light because we're not really welcome in First Light. We haven't really been welcome before all this, even."
Kay takes a second to like take it in. Then she nods. She goes, "Perhaps in time, that won't be how it is."
Well,
I saw that you had a help wanted sign out front.
oh yes, that thing. You see,
we're looking for work.
well, that's great because we need resources. You see, a lot of the area that we used to grow the wheat and some of the corn and everything that we use here is on First Light territory. And for the most part,
That like a gang?
is what a gang?
First Light. That's like a gang or something?
No,
Gio, use your
no.
context clues.
First Light is the Aberrant City. That's what they call their
Oh.
area.
Oh, okay. Well, I was using context clues. She said territory. You know, the gangs have territory. That's how. You know, like you don't go into gang territory. It's you know because then they charge protection money. Okay, I got it. I'll be quiet.
Not too long ago, that wasn't far from the way it was. But it's a different day. But we need people to help bring over flour and cornmeal, and a few other ingredients that we now are forced to purchase from First Light.
So is this a simple delivery mission? You give funds, we go get the product?
That's about the gist of it. Unfortunately, we don't have trucks or anything to haul like we used to, so it becomes more of a labor of love to get it over here.
Remind Link to tell. Teleportation's gonna come in handy.
We don't show anything of what we can do to these people. We'll do it the old-fashioned way.
Or like perks up. Like you were kind of doing that already with your home on your back, Gio.
Yeah, I can carry a little more.
We could leave some of our supplies here if you're alright with that, so we can carry more, ma'am.
Oh, I don't see why not.
Thank you.
Where's the pickup point for this? How far we gotta go?
No, it's about half mile or so away.
Oh yeah, okay, that's fine then. Geo puts down his backpack, but he digs through it and grabs his second canteen out of his backpack and straps it to his belt. But everything else he just leaves.
You have a preference where you want us to leave our stuff?
No,
Don't
Oh,
you
yeah,
want us to
that'd be-
leave it in the middle of the your shop?
anywhere over there is fine. And she just kind of points to like an empty corner with just like some display shelves near it. She's like, well,
Do we need to bring anything like sacks or something, or is it already going to be in sacks over there, or what are we?
no, they're already pre-bagged.
Okay.
Do you have a wheelbarrow or anything of the like? Or
No.
we-
Rickshaw.
No, that's the thing, is that we mostly just have to carry it back. It's not glamorous, but I can't make my fritters without it.
Fritters do sound good.
Have to try some when we come back.
Well, there's enough till here to pay for the goods. And then when you come back, I'll pay you each.
All right.
Alright, you have a deal. Okay, reaches over to shake the woman's hand.
She kind of like perks up and she like wipes her hands off on her apron. She reaches over and shakes her hand.
And we'll be back as soon as we can. Okay, gathers up the till that the woman has passed over, and I'm sure there was a list of what was actually needed.
Mm-hmm.
And she turns to go walk out, just expecting the boys to follow.
I follow at a more peppy pace.
Crow will walk out with Iris on his forearm. He's like, "Baby, I'm gonna need you to go across there, watch our stuff from the window. If anything happens, come and get us. I'll bring you back some seeds.
Is she friendly?
For the most part,
May I pet her?
like extends his arm.
Kay smiles and scritches the top of her head. and just continues along the way.
Yeah, sends her off and walks behind the rest of the group.
All right. And anything else that you want to look at or do in the town here?
Straight to work for Kay.
Yeah, we've got a job on task.
All right. Well, the paper she gave you has instructions on where you have to go to for it. And yeah. So
Is
you
it
guys-
is it the same way we came from, or
Yep. There's one way in,
Okay.
one way out of this area. The way they have it walled off right now.
okay?
Yeah. So you guys head back out. You head back across the war-torn area, back into the city proper, and you follow through to where they tell you to go to, and you come across this area where it's this sort of hip high old stone wall, and in the middle of like all this grandiose architecture and everything, there is just this old like hamlet with this farm lot to it, and it's got an old 200-year-old stone wall that's wrapped around it, straight out of like the history books. And you see inside there, there is a couple aberrant, and they are like working the field using essence.
If we are approaching any form of like a service window or a person to sell, Kay would fall back and let Cal lead since they were aberrant.
Did she say anything?
I mean, if you're approaching, yeah, I mean,
I guess through Mind Link, she would just say, since they're not too friendly for humans here, I suppose it would be easiest if you were the one communicating. And, well, you could even Mind Link if you don't want to deal with the prying ears of our co-workers.
He will approach them and
is everybody all following together?
Crow would be somewhat near.
Yeah, Gio's following along, but when he sees Kay drop back and Tal step forward, he's like, stays back a little.
Crow like looks at them. They just keep walking forward.
Oh, they're still following. It's just that like now Tal is taking point.
And as you approach, they say, if you're looking for work, I think we're good for now.
in the Mind Link, wasn't this where we were sent?
Yes, we're here to pick up supplies. Kay will pass the list to Tal, and along with the funds that were in her hands.
He will take them and As opposed to the last gesture that he made, he's more so making a head and then, which is a signal for Aberrant, is like permission to mind link.
He nods.
So he activates, and we were sent by lady in the bakery. Said that we had work for delivery. He presents the list and the funds.
Oh. Yeah, that's Brenda's bakery. We typically give them supplies like once every other week. But tell her that the normal deal that we had will honor today, but prices are going up.
By how much?
25 till.
He relays this over to Kay.
Kay nods.
And then he hands over the funds.
Like, all right. Just the four of you?
That's it.
He chuckles a little bit. He's like, all right. And he kind of motions and he walks into like the back of this old like barn, like old 19th century barn. And he just kind of like points down. There's like 5 large sacks of flour. And then there's 3 barrels full of mill. And he's like, this is it.
And how are these normally transported?
Normally, whoever she can get to come out here and do it, they either take turns doing it, or one kid rolled it down, and then that was a mess.
Yeah, you don't want to. Oh wait, that's mine link. I can't hear this.
All right, we will take care of it. Appreciate your time.
Don't forget to let her know. Price is going up.
25 till. To K's. All right, they're ready for us to take them.
All right. Okay, we'll just nod over to the others and move towards the stuff to go begin transport.
Gio's gonna go up and just kind of test the weight of both things. He's gonna like try to pick up the flour and go and try to pick up the barrel and just see what we're working with here.
Sure. So the flour sacks, they weigh about 50 pounds each. And the barrel full of like the milled grains are probably about 250 pounds each.
Hey, so
I don't think any of us can carry that barrel.
Wouldn't have killed it or supply us with a dolly. All right. Deep, 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 deep.
You said 45. Was it? Wait, you said 50. 50.
50.
Okay, Cat grabs one, puts it up over her shoulder.
Through the mind link to the aberrant person, is there perhaps a wagon or any sort of means of transporting this that we could take on loan from you, with my word that I will get it back to you as soon as we are finished?
Unfortunately, no. There's no carts, no cars, no nothing to be able to get through. Part of the agreement that we have with them is that we're not going to bring any sort of vehicles or anything over.
All right. How long was the trip for them to walk from point A to point B here?
It's a little bit more than a half a mile. So like
Pace 6 is 4 miles an hour.
yeah, I was about to say it's like 20 minutes or so.
Probably going over to like a barrel and like trying to lift it.
Yeah, Geo places his staff against a wall, and so that he can lift one of the flowers under his shoulder, and he starts walking, and he grabs the staff, and it's just he can't quite.
Let's see. That would not last long enough.
So essentially, depending on what your strength is, if you have a D8, you can carry the flower without any sort of roll. Everybody else, you're going to have a roll for it. And as far as the barrels, you're going to have to... It's going to take two people to carry the barrels. At least.
How many sacks of flour?
I don't remember what I said now.
I think it wasn't it 4 flour, 3 barrels? I think.
1 sec. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, if I try to carry that.
Teamwork barrels next time. Maybe we can see if she has a dolly that she forgot conveniently to mention.
This is going to require more than one trip.
Of course.
Yeah. It's gonna require work.
I thought I was trying to avoid manual labor jobs.
You didn't have to take the same job as us. Kay's already walking.
Geo is trying to walk. Strength roll, you said? Is it a strength roll or?
Do you have what's your strength die?
D4.
Yes.
There's a reason why he's at -2 pace when he carries his backpack.
Kate, you're at a D6?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, you're good. You're good.
He's leaning on his staff as he's got it like over one shoulder, and he's kind of using the staff as support.
You're good as well.
Crow's still there, like measuring of the barrel. And he turns around and everyone's gone. He's like, "Oh, all right." He throws one over his shoulder and jogs up to catch up to everyone.
You're throwing a barrel or one of the last
No,
sacrifice?
I'm about to say. I'm back.
Man, Crow has a lot more strength than we thought.
He just puts the barrel on his shoulder. He's just walking out there like, all right, guys, let's go. He jogs to catch up.
He's delivering the barrel, just not everything inside of it.
Right. Did you need the stuff on the inside?
This is a lot lighter if you dump it out first, guys.
So yeah, you guys are all kind of like moving at a pretty slow pace, like carrying this 50-pound bag. And you know, the first stretch of the way is not too bad, but then you guys get almost to the outskirts of the city, and like the weight's like you're starting to feel the weight of this 50-pound bag. And Crow's just walking there with you guys, like he doesn't look like it's really bothering him all that much.
Like smile on his face still, just like looking around.
So yeah, you guys take all 4 of the bags, make it back to the bakery, and she's like, "Oh, if you don't mind, can you bring it in back here?"
Small, tight smile. Yep, not a big deal. Continues carrying. Puts it down and just like stretches her back as soon as she gets a chance to put it down.
You guys set it down, and she kind of like looks at Crow, and she's like, "Oh, I'll take that one."
Drunk old lady.
Slowly lets go of his grips in her hand.
Yeah, and she just takes it and she slings it over her shoulder, and she walks it over to a counter and she slams it down on the counter.
A big old grin on his face.
Like her.
She's like, "Oh, there's gonna be a 2-tripper at least."
Of course. No, ma'am. Did you happen to have a dolly to make moving barrels easier, or know somebody in town who might that you could convince to let us borrow it?
I don't personally have one. You might be able to find one at the hardware store, but I typically just kind of move them around myself. You don't really need to move them too far. It's just inside of this kitchen, but...
But you know, the half mile to First Light, it's a bit of a haul to shuffle a barrel.
Yeah, I know. And that's why we usually have the kids do this job. Gives them something to do, teach them a little bit of responsibility. But ever since they made the agreement that we wouldn't do any sort of vehicles back and forth between, that includes hand carts and everything, it's been kind of just all manual. Although,
Okay.
I don't know if
That
they
makes
would...
a lot more sense now.
I don't know if they would look down at a dolly or not. Never asked.
Oh, sorry to break it to you. They said they would honor the deal this time, but they are going to increase it by 25 till. Back to Tal, was it 25 or 35?
25.
Yeah, I knew this would come. That's fine. I'll make it work.
You know, there's a lot of like debris and stuff between here and there. Do you think we could like take a piece of a wall and just turn it into a sled or something, and a little bit of rope and just put the barrel on that and pull it, sliding it on the ground? That's
I mean, if we
like have one person to stay back and make sure the barrel's stable and doesn't fall over, and have two people pulling the. I don't know. I'm just workshopping here because I barely manage that flower.
So I do have rope. I do feel it would be much easier to. I'm sure you've seen, like, even in commercials where they show them bringing in the new washing machine or something, they have like that between two people thing that kind of like slings over your shoulder. That would probably be fairly simple to construct using rope.
What?
Yeah, like a harness. Yeah, like just a little harness around each two people, and then the harness for the barrel and two.
Like the
Yeah, that'd
back
be.
brace goes over the shoulder underneath the object that you're carrying. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, we could.
Whatever it is, I like it.
Do you think there'd be enough to make two of those harnesses, so we could each carry one? You know, we could have two people carrying one barrel, people carrying a second, and then we only have to make 2 trips instead of 3.
Yeah.
I mean, we could just do 3 trips. I mean, you know.
I mean, I only have like. Oh, what? Whoa! What is that sort of fucking thing? It says like 10 feet / 20 yards, and this concerns me because
It's 10 inches. It's 10 inches, which is combat measurement.
Okay, thank you. I was like,
Yeah,
these
pretty much.
don't line up.
Pretty much everything in this system is inches and yards, and inches is on a combat mat. Yards is in.
Yep. Okay.
1 inch is 2 yards.
I mean, I have 20 yards, but I'm not sure I'd want to cut it or anything. It would be more of easy to tie them together. At this point, I'm assuming they're like turning around and walking while having this conversation back to First Light.
Before they leave, Geo pulls 2 knives out of his vest, puts them with his bag, takes his second canteen, well, his first canteen, which is pretty much empty at this point, puts it with his bag, and he's like looking around for anything else he can unload. He puts his staff down, and he pulls one of the sais out of his bag, and so he still has a weapon, but that staff is heavier than the sai. And then he runs to catch up with everyone else.
Perhaps when we do this, we split the strength evenly.
It's like magic all on its own, watching you pull stuff out of places.
All right, so you guys head back. How are you going to? What's your game plan with how you're gonna move this? You got 3 250-pound barrels.
Mm-hmm.
Crow is extremely excited to see what the humans are gonna make with rope.
Really, it was just going to be like a loop that was going to go over the shoulders and under the armpits to hold in front of you while you put the barrel between
60 feet of rope. It's a lot of rope.
Yeah.
60. 60. Yeah.
Kind of wrap it around the barrel a few times in a way to like secure it in the middle, and then you can just kind of like have your hands on top of it. Sideways walk to hell, or one person's backwards.
I mean, if it's gonna be a half mile, maybe we should set it up so one person wears the strap backwards, so they're both walking forwards.
You're right. When you're right, you're right.
All right. So you're gonna do that 1 barrel, 2 people?
Wait. I mean, if you don't want to cut the rope, and I mean, we're gonna have to make at least 2 trips anyway. Might as well make 3 trips. We could just, if you could set it up so like 2 people could walk beside the barrel and just loop it between all 4 of us. I mean, I don't know how good you are with rope.
That talented.
Yeah, I didn't take basket weaving in high school.
I take basket weaving, you know. Really wanted to take that college credit for the underwater basket weaving for that fine and performing arts gen ed, but I did not.
No, I'm better with a needle and thread than a.
Smile. Still, like looking at Tal and just smiling back at them.
Um,
Forgive me, I haven't really had a human to make human jokes at in a while.
K. I'm gonna let you do a survival roll to see how well you can rig up this apparatus. Does anybody else have survival that wants to be able to assist?
I feel like Crow would assist after it's like on him and like, oh, and like see what
Figuring
he
out
can-
how it works, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead and give me a survival roll for the assist.
Can I roll performance to assist?
How is it gonna help?
Because my performance is stage performance in an underfunded show that made their own props.
Sure.
Stage crew's a thing.
And I didn't think about the holy.
This boy cannot.
Stage.
All right.
Watch, I have all this assistance and I'm gonna crit fail.
K, give me a survival roll with a +4.
This should succeed at least.
Right. At minimum.
We're good.
Bro.
So we're not.
All right. So
They're walking and Kay just puts on a stupid pirate voice and goes through the different knots the Flying Dutchman says well to SpongeBob when he's showing SpongeBob all the different knots. The monkey's fist! The monkey! Just being dumb at the moment.
what I'll say is with a 13, you manage to fasten the rope in such a way that you can actually carry all 3 of the barrels.
Oh, fuck yeah, let's go!
With the 4 of you together.
I made a goddamn net. And we're just carrying the corners.
Alright, so I need everybody to give me a strength roll, and we need to average 4.
Okay, I can do that. Oh no. KY.
It's my ankle, okay?
So 4, 5, 6, 17 divided by 4 is just barely
Welcome.
averaging 4.
Fucking humans. Just useless.
Like, yeah, we
At
got
least I can
this.
tie a knot.
Everyone's like, this is so light. Crow's like struggling.
He's in the back holding the rope actually up. What the fuck? How are you singing and dancing right now? This is so heavy. Kate doesn't even have her hands
I feel
on
like-
it. She's singing and dancing.
I feel like Kay
She's not that
remembered.
lovely.
I feel like Kay remembered who had the easiest and hardest time with the flower and designed the weighting on the rope.
We definitely would have made it so Gia wouldn't have anything because he was like fucking wheezing, carrying 40 pounds of flour and using a walking stick. And she was just like, this fucking guy.
All right, so you guys get about halfway there, Kay, and you feel the rope begin to fray where you are.
Where's
So
that
not on
area?
anybody else's, on just your area. What do you do?
Quickly blurts out, stop! And then like goes to like crouch and try to like get it to go to the ground after like a second of making sure people have stopped so she can attempt to not drop these and have them spill.
Okay, what are you going to do to fix the fray, though?
To fix the fray, she's going to fully cut the rope there, tie it, take out her flint and steel to slightly get a fire over it just so it melts into itself, because it is a nylon rope, and then blow it out after it's melded together.
Go ahead and give me a survival roll. All right. This is for your crit fail.
I figured.
Yeah, so as you guys are walking, you hear in a frantic Kay tell you all to stop. And you guys get the barrel down, all three of the barrels down, soundly on the ground, and you see her do what she says she didn't want to do, and she ends up cutting her rope anyways. Ties off a new area of it, and you see her melted into one and kind of test the strength. And then without skipping much of a beat, she picks it right back up.
All right, let's head out.
So you guys take that, and after what seems like an eternity of carrying these barrels, you finally make it back to the bakery, and the door is too small to fit in the way that you have it, so you have to unharness everything, and then you kind of help one another with getting the barrels inside. And the old lady inside there, she gets a kick out of it, like just seeing that you guys brought all three of them in there. And she tells you to put them all into the kitchen area. And she's like, I was really thinking that I'd have to wait all day for this, so I'm actually going to be able to get a few more cakes made than what I actually expected to make today. So I'll give you all a little something extra. So she kind of goes back up. She's like, normally the labor for this would be 5 till each, but because of you getting it here so much quicker, I'll give you each 10 till. And if you want, I do have some apple fritters. You can have those as well.
Big smile across Kay's face as she looks over at Geo, because human food excitement.
He perked up as soon as the food was offered.
I would absolutely love one. Been thinking about it the whole time we were carrying this stuff, you know.
And she like looks directly at Tao. She's like, have you ever had an apple fritter?
Through Mind Link to K. Is that like McDonald's apple pies?
I would argue it's much better. Somewhat like a donut, but like with that apple filling from that apple pie at McDonald's inside. Glazed with a nice sugary coating. Real good.
He just shakes his head no.
I found that most aberrant have not. But for whatever reason, they really, really love them. I've yet to find one who didn't. And she goes and she comes back and she hands you guys your money. You all have, if you have less than a D4 in wealth, you now have a D4 in wealth, and you also have a D4 in savings.
Ooh, yay. Alright, so let me take my -2 off my wealth. Where do we put savings? How do we...
Just put it in your inventory under currency just in the notes. Just put like 1 savings.
Okay.
And the way a savings would work is basically if you have a D4 roll of wealth, you can just choose to use your savings and not even have to roll it. Or if you roll wealth for anything, if you were to drop down a level, you can supplement dropping down a level with the savings die.
Okay.
Apparently, I had a D4.
Yeah, you had a D4, but then you spent your D4 buying the
Okay,
room.
so that puts me back up.
Yeah, so that puts you back at it. So you can't have, so with the wealth die, you can't have like a unskilled in wealth roll. Like there's no -2 with it. If you don't have money, you just don't have money to make the roll.
I'm still gonna just put it at -2 to denote I have no money because it's better than taking it off and having to find it in the skills to put it back on.
I agree 100%. Just
you could
know
also
that
put it in a quick bar.
That's fair. I could put wealth on a quick bar.
also,
My quick bar's already pretty full.
Also, if you want to read the full rules for it, Heathcliff, it's on the shared drive.
All right, we'll do so between games.
Yep. So yeah, so she gives you your till, and she brings out 4 freshly made, still steaming apple fritters. The room just like the entire room's scent just changes to just apple, like fresh apples, as she enters.
Yep, going to Heavenly Donuts tomorrow morning. Don't mind me. I'm hungry now.
Yep.
Instantly, as they come out, there's just a... Oh. Yes, please.
Yeah. Geo, soon as it would not be rude to do so, we'll be grabbing one.
Mm-hmm.
Like waits till she puts them down, but then is grabbing one, taking a bite, and immediately hossafrossing.
Too hot.
Oh, it's good, but what I can taste of it is good, but oh, it's cool down a little.
It covers her mouth and through Mind Link. Tal's just gonna hear, oh my god, he's just like Felix. Fucking idiot. She's gonna, like, take the little wax paper thing that I'm assuming is off to the side to grab her own and just rip it in half so the air can get to the middle to cool it down faster.
Oh, there's no wax paper or anything. These are fresh. These are fresh on like a wooden cutting board, and she just sets them in front of you.
That there was like a serving thing off to the side because she's a bakery, but okay, she's just gonna grab one and like rip it in half. And
you
just,
guys
like,
are still in the
hold them
kitchen area.
I'm like, eh.
Yeah, she just kind of sets it down.
Do you have a bag or something I could take this to go? Because I'm not looking to burn my mouth.
Yeah. They should be fine to eat just in momentarily, but yeah, let me get you a little bag. She goes out front and she comes back with one. But eat them while they're still warm.
I wouldn't dream of letting them get cold. You know how long it's been since I've had an apple fritter? Before the merge.
She's like, well, I assure you, that there's nobody within a 50-mile radius of here that can make anything better than this.
Been so long as I'm in the area, I'll probably keep coming back.
Yeah, where do you get the apples from? Is that like, do you got to import those too, or? Those are good apples in here.
Those we actually have on premise. We grow them right out back.
Well, they're good apples. Just make some cider with them.
We have cider.
How much for a cider?
It's like, normally it'd be a till, but If you want, I'll get you a glass.
I would much appreciate it, ma'am.
Do you want your cider hot or cold?
Whichever you'd recommend. I mean, some are better hot, some are better cold. So whatever your.
I like mine warm.
Then I'll go with that.
She's like, what about the rest of you?
I'll
Fine,
take
just
cold,
with this.
because I'm dying. That was a lot of work.
I'm fine just with the cider.
Hal looks over at Kay like,
Both are good. Warm is comforting. Hits the back of the tongue. Nice and sweet. Cold is refreshing. I don't know if you'd like that after all the manual labor.
I like cold.
Oh, that was a door. A door just squeaked and it sounded exactly like a cat meowing, and I was very concerned because we don't have one.
Did Tal say out loud he wants cold, or do you say that in mind link?
No, in my link.
Yeah, Kay's going to look to the woman and be like, "I'll have cold, please."
3 cold, 1 warm. She brings out the 3 cold ones, then comes back a second later with the warm one.
Yeah. Nods, takes it, says his thank you.
Since she has the cold, she's gonna go right into eating that apple fritter and the cold one out to Tao.
He takes it and examines it a little bit. It's like seeing everyone else eat it first.
It just looks like she's having the time of her life, and you probably heard slip through mind link accidentally, like, it's so good.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and take a bite.
What's Tal think? Is he like, it's no McDonald's apple pie?
It's better than McDonald's.
Oh shit.
Oh.
But does he let anybody know that?
Hell no. Gotta secure that brand deal.
Does Crow have any?
Yeah. He's like not eating it currently. He's drinking the cider right now and saving the rest for later.
Does Tal drink the cider too?
Yeah, he sips it at first, and I'm assuming this is like sweet, right?
Mm-hmm.
He sips a bit more, chugs the rest.
Kay has only finished about half of hers at this point, and she just kind of like moves it over so that Tal can have the rest because she knows he'd appreciate it.
Takes it and chugs it.
Crow and Tal, both you give me spirit rolls. Tal, go ahead and do it with a -1.
Oh, that's right. It's fruit based.
Is it sweetened with pineapple juice?
It's not sweetened with pineapple juice, but after finishing off K's, Tal, you start to feel a little buzz, start to feel a little good. Kind of gives you that remnants of fruit punch.
Like his rigid, like very upright position that he has been just suddenly is starting to slump a little. Just kind of looking around, and like, this whole demeanor has like started just kind of relaxing.
And Crow, you'd feel it too. You get a slight buzz off of it. Not quite drunk, but you feel it.
Pro finishes off and like just sit back and look at the rest of the group while they finish theirs and like take his sunglasses, put them on his forehead, and just lean back.
Is this the first time that Kay has fully seen his eyes at this point. He's just gonna watch her eyes just like for
Yep.
a moment.
Oh,
Well,
I'm sorry. And
No, you're fine. I just didn't know.
yeah, Geo is very much the same. It just looks over like,
It was more surprising than anything else. You're fine.
dude.
yeah, you'll like keep him on.
No, dude, it's cool, man.
It's too late.
You made me uncomfortable.
The thing is, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable.
And after you finish the second drink, Tal, she kind of like comes over to you. She's like, "So what'd you think?" She kind of like she goes, "Ooh, I knew it."
He starts standing up and stumbles a little bit. Plays
This
it off.
catches Kay by surprise, and she just like in the mind, like, is like, "Are you okay?"
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm not the one who almost fell.
This floor is uneven. Anyways, that's. You know what? I want another one. I like this apple cider.
Well, then ask her for one. She gives a sly expression, like, "Ask yourself, bitch."
Nah.
I'm assuming the hand motion actually happens.
It does.
she just laughs a little bit, and then she looks to her and goes and puts a till down. He'll have another.
She's like, "All right, this one I gotta charge you for though. It'll be 1 till."
I did already say that Kay put it down for her.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, so she takes it, and she goes and pours another one.
Kay does
Takes
not
it.
understand what's happening to Tal. If no one's caught on.
I love that my game changer is still having an effect a season later.
Oh yeah, I forgot to remove that.
Tal just like downs this one faster than the first two. Slams it down.
All right, go ahead and give me another spirit roll -2.
Crow's like, wait, what time of day is it now after the walks? It's still like.
At
Not
this
even
point, I mean, it's
really.
probably like early afternoon, 2-3 p.m. maybe.
6 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah. Crow's like, I should get him to lay down, maybe.
What?
Like stumbles past the chair and starts walking out, like swaying left and right.
Yeah, he had
He's
like,
like concerned,
2.5.
looked at Crow, and then sees Tal stumbling and just kind of like walks over, just like grabs the back of his shirt. It's like, why are you falling? What is going on?
I
Out
heard,
loud.
2.5 of those things that fast.
Kay is looking at Crow now, very concerned and confused. It's cider. What are you talking about?
It didn't taste like it'd been fermented to me.
Are you guys outside of the
Give
bakery? Or
him
are
a
you still
different
inside?
I figure
I think
we're
we're like midway.
inside,
It depends on
maybe.
when-
Maybe
it depends on
Tal's
when-
half in, half out.
He's got one leg out. He's being held by Kay.
wonder why he's not making any progress forward.
He was grabbing his bag real quick just in case they run out the door. He's like,
Yeah, if you're still in there having the conversation, then Brenda would speak up. If you're outside having it, then she wouldn't.
Most of the party, I feel like, is inside in the
we didn't
store
really leave
area.
the building. Tal just started to, and Kay was like, you grabbed his cloak before he could escape.
She's like, no, there's no alcohol in that at all.
Concerned looks at Tal and Crow. Is it affecting you guys or something? Because that doesn't do anything to humans.
Doesn't do anything to me either. He like leans back.
Falls out of his chair.
Like,
Wait, is
Oh,
that
boy.
you said the aberrant really like your apple fritters, right?
Every one of them has so far. Puts them in such a
see.
good mood.
and he like,
Tal, wait. Can you wait a second? I have to grab
like-
my bow and such.
Crow like pulls his out of his pocket. Like, that's why I'm saving mine for later.
All right, hurry up. This is a really long walk to get out of this place.
Crow will
Kay
grab his stuff.
grabs all of her things, and if Tal had left anything behind, she grabs his stuff too. And she's just gonna walk over and like walk pretty much against Tal so she can like balance him at this point.
Did Tal say that out loud this time, or was that in his mind again?
Nope, it is mine.
Okay, just making sure.
Crow, after he grabs his stuff, he's gonna walk over to old lady. Don't remember what her name was.
Brenda.
And like put his payment down in front of her. They needed the work, not me. Keep this for the increase in charge that they have for you, as a thank you for putting my friends in a good mood.
No, I couldn't take that. You earned it.
The
Listen,
experience was worth it.
listen. We need the currency spent about. We need to keep it within the city. Spend it somewhere.
Not spend it here.
Well, what do you want for it then?
A bottle of cider.
Okay. She walks to the back, comes back out, and hands you like a half-gallon jug of it.
I like takes it as like a bow. Thank you. I'll probably
you.
be back. Walks out and tries to figure out where the rest of the group is.
I guess go ahead and remove your savings die.
Yep, I never put one.
Okay.
Geo is hanging back. He's following Tal and Kay, but like 8 steps backward and constantly looking back at the bakery, trying to figure out where Crow went. Like he's like he's like torn between staying back with Crow and following those two, and he's just kind of staying in the middle with his head going from one group to the other.
Like rushes out, throwing one strap over his arm, and as he like looks around, he's like, walks towards you, does a snap, then keeps walking. And soon Iris comes, lands on his shoulder, and he catches up.
I
Geo
feel like
jogs.
I feel like Kay has like the whole like one of Tal's arms over her, one of hers over his shoulder, like just trying to like hold him steady, like, okay. I didn't know that was gonna do that to you.
Do what?
Tal, you're inebriated.
You're inebriated.
Tal, you're slurring in Mind Link.
Yeah. She's just like, you know what? Maybe someday you'll actually get to see me eat. But not off of cider. Come on, let's get back to the.
Well, that's just because she didn't make the really good cider. You know, if we let that age right.
They're talking
Wait, no,
Mind Link,
is that
so.
Mind Link? Darn it!
If she's talking
kidding.
to Tal, it's Mind Link.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need you two to get popsicle sticks.
Yeah.
Crow's gonna
it's easier with Tal because he's always Mind Link right now.
Crow's
K, I
gonna
forget sometimes.
jog up to Kay and like hold his bag that he has like one arm slung over and like hold it open to show her the bottle.
Good lord.
Well, what you got?
Nothing. She's just gonna like the nothing was out loud, and she just like takes her hand and just like rotates his face away from the bag.
You got that
Put some-
age shit?
If he likes it, take it.
If I like what? What is he talking about?
Maybe you should ask him. She's just going to sassily say that one out loud at him.
He looks at Crow. What you got?
Like slowly pulls open the bag, like rotates it so that you can see.
Ooh, he like reaches to grab it.
I don't think you should have that anymore tonight, Tal. Maybe we should save it. Enjoy it throughout the week.
Or at least wait until we've got like a room where you can pass out. Not the
Or at
street.
least make it to first light. We do have to walk back. Unless you want to try to stay here. But you know, if they're paying more for labor, they're also charging more for...
Who's gonna pass out? I'm good.
Is he just out speaking at this point? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Like you're hearing it twice because he's not figuring it.
She's just like shaking her head and just giggling about it. She's like, I have never seen him like this.
I mean, it's cold now. If we wait, it might not be.
You're right, but it's also good served warm.
You're right. We should save some for later.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a party or something.
Did you just say that? Of all people, did you just suggest a party?
Yeah, used to, have fun back with Mr. F.
I know.
I'm ready. Let's go.
In her head, she's just gonna get, I miss him too.
And then he's just quiet, and that smile is gone.
She heaves a heavy sigh, and we continue to first light.
Are you guys going back to that same bed and breakfast area?
I'd assume so. We were welcome before. I'm assuming we'd be welcome again.
All right. Yeah, so you guys make your way through, and you get to the bed and breakfast. And just before you get to the door, one of the guys standing outside is like, "Hey, I heard you guys earlier talking about you wanted to make some money. If you want to make some real money, not that manual labor, let me know. I got a real job for you." And that's where we'll end it at tonight.
He needs us to drive some cars, right?
Exactly. How'd you know? could be completely kosher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Legit work. Just drive the cars. That's all you gotta do.
That's all we gotta do.
Nothing says completely fine and dandy kosher work like, hey, I heard you were looking to make some real money.
Yeah, right outside. Just guy outside the pub. Hey.
Hey, you want to make some real cash?
You guys want a legit, honest job? Definitely no funny business job.
In the trunk.
Oh, hey! Now that game's over, I'm gonna play a knock 'em down just to show you guys the new power, the new animation I have. I love this one. I don't care about wasting a card to show this off. It's fun.
I mean, it's not wasting a card when you can't play cards anymore, anyways.
Yeah, that's fine.
What the fuck was that?
Cupcake.
It was a reference to
To
League
Arcane.
of Legends and Arcane.
Oh.
Ooh.
It's like in the scene where I don't want to spoil it for anyone who's not seen it, but yeah, it's a scene from.
I've watched
Arcane.
like the first episode and that's it.
I'm like 4 or 5 episodes from finishing it.
I watched all of it and I don't understand the reference.
It's something that V says to what's her name again? Kate.
Okay. I probably.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about then.
But that's one of the Pride Month rewards if you complete the achievements, and I'm like, I want that one.
Nice.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, well, I had fun. I think this could be a good pace change from the previous. I have a lot of ideas in mind for this that are going to be able to breach topics that we really haven't been able to do in Las Vegas yet. So a lot of political intrigue and shit like that we couldn't really do. I'm gonna lick Sin's palm. But yeah, so that's all I got though. Thanks everybody for hanging out. What do you guys think of the first session?
Loved it. It was great.
Good. I've been eating this.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking right there with you.
It's been too long. Too long. Not that I haven't had my other games, but this is different. It's with my boys.
I ain't had no games. So I was in desperate need of it. Let's see who we're gonna raid out to.
I have a zombie game I did, but I literally text walled Cliff with the entire summary of the zombie game I ran.
It was great though. Hey, these guys have a cool looking logo. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. So we are going to raid out to Defenders of Kobold. It's a mature stream, so if you're not mature, you can't come.
Aw,
I hope their cities are out.
guess I'll leave.
Megan's got a drop. She's not old enough.
Yep.
I'm just a baby.
Exactly. We're back next week. So thank you, everybody. Good night.